Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Dawn had barely touched the misty peaks of the Weather Hills when Gandalf the Grey first noticed the peculiar tracks in the morning dew. They were not the heavy boots of rangers or the light steps of elves, but something else entirely: footprints that seemed to shimmer with a faint blue luminescence that stirred ancient memories in the wizard's mind. His curiosity piqued, Gandalf followed the ethereal trail, his staff casting a soft glow in the lingering shadows of early morning. The path led him through thickets and over streams, winding its way deeper into the wild lands that few now dared to traverse. As he walked, the air grew thick with an energy he had not felt for many centuries, the distinctive resonance of Astari magic. It was near a hidden grove, where ancient stones stood in a perfect circle, that Gandalf found him. A young man, barely more than 20 summers old, sat cross-legged in the center of the stone ring. In his hands, he held a staff that made Gandalf's breath catch in his throat. The wood was dark as midnight, yet shot through with veins of silver that pulsed with a familiar blue light, the same hue that had marked the staffs of LOTR and Polando, the blue wizards who had ventured into the east and never returned. The young man looked up, his eyes widening at the sight of Gandalf. I've been hoping to find you," he said, his voice carrying an accent that spoke of distant lands. "My name is Arindel, and I believe you knew my ancestors." Gandalf leaned on his staff, studying the youth with keen interest. The boy's features held hints of the Easterling peoples, but there was something else there too, an otherworldly quality that spoke of his magical heritage. The blue wizards were not meant to have descendants, Gandalf mused aloud. They were, like myself, Mire spirits sent to Middle-earth in the form of men, and yet, here I am, Arindel replied, rising to his feet. The staff in his hands hummed with power, responding to his movement. This staff, it called to me, led me across the mountains and deserts from the Far East. It speaks of things I don't understand, of powers I can barely control. As if to demonstrate, Arindel raised the staff slightly, and the morning mist coalesced into shapes: dragons, warriors, and scenes of ancient battles. The control was rough, unpracticed, but the raw power behind it was undeniable. This was indeed the magic of the Astari, somehow passed down through blood and bone to this young heir. Gandalf's mind raced with the implications. An ancient prophecy surfaced in his memory, words spoken by Sea Arden, the shipwright at the Grey Havens, when the blood of East and West mingles with the power of the wise. A darkness older than Morgoth shall stir. The signs had been there, the growing shadows in the east, that even Sauron's defeat had not fully dispelled, the strange stirrings in the ancient places of the world, and now this, a descendant of the blue wizards, carrying power he did not fully understand. "You must come with me," Gandalf said firmly. "There is much you need to learn, and precious little time to learn it. The power you carry is both a gift and a burden, one that could either save Middle-earth or hasten its doom." Over the next months, Gandalf took Arindel under his wing, teaching him the ways of the Astari. They traveled through hidden valleys and ancient ruins, where the younger wizard learned to harness his inherited power. But with each passing day, the signs of approaching darkness grew clearer. Deep in the libraries of Rivendell, Gandalf found ancient scrolls that spoke of a power that predated even the coming of the Valar to Arde, a primordial force. that had been sealed away by the combined might of all 5 Astari at the beginning of their mission in Middle-earth. The blue wizards' disappearance into the east had not been abandonment of their duty, but a desperate quest to maintain that seal as it began to weaken. Now, with the power of the Astari divided and diminished, the seal was failing. Only the combined power of 2 Astari, one from the west and one from the east, one of the original Heir and one born of Middle-earth itself, could hope to renew it. The final confrontation came at the peak of the Misty Mountains, where the veil between worlds had grown dangerously thin. Gandalf and Arindel stood together as the sky darkened with an unnatural eclipse, and something ancient and terrible pressed against the boundaries of reality. "Remember what I taught you," Gandalf said, his voice calm despite the chaos swirling around them. "The power of the Astari comes not from force, but from wisdom. Not from domination, but from understanding." Together, they raised their staffs, one gray with age and wisdom, one blue with the promise of new power. The magics intertwined, west meeting east, old meeting new, creating a harmony that had not been heard in Middle-earth since the First Age. The battle that followed was not one of physical combat, but of will and wisdom. As the primordial darkness sought to break through into the world, Gandalf and Arindel wove a new seal, their combined power creating something stronger than what had come before, a barrier born not just of divine mandate, but of the very essence of Middle-earth itself. When it was done, and the darkness had been pushed back beyond the bounds of Arda, Arindel looked at his staff with new understanding. "The blue wizards," he said softly, "they knew this day would come. They didn't disappear, they sacrificed themselves to buy time, to ensure that their power would pass to one who could stand with you when it was needed most." Gandalf nodded, his eyes twinkling with newfound hope. "And now you understand why the Astari were sent not to rule Middle-earth, but to guide it. The greatest power lies not in the strength of our magic, but in our ability to inspire others to find their own strength as they descended from the mountain, master and apprentice, Western wisdom and Eastern power united at last." Gandalf knew that while one threat had been averted, their work was far from over. But for the first time in many ages, he felt truly optimistic about the future of Middle-earth and its people. The legacy of the Blue Wizards lived on in Arindel, and with it, a new chapter in the history of the Astari had begun, one that would be written not by the Valar alone, but by the very world they had sworn to protect. Story 2. Deep within the shadowed halls of the Lonely Mountain, where ancient dwarven runes still flickered with ghostly light upon weathered stone walls, Gandalf the Grey moved with uncharacteristic hesitation. His staff's crystal-illuminated chambers that had not known light for an age, casting dancing shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of forgotten years. The wizard's keen eyes traced the intricate patterns carved into the walls, patterns that spoke of something far older than even Smaug's terrible reign. These were not the geometric precision of dwarven craft, but fluid, organic shapes that seemed to pulse with their own inner life. His weathered fingers traced the curves of what appeared to be scales, each larger than a shield, etched into the living rock. "Most curious," he murmured, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The air here felt different, heavier, charged with an energy that made his beard bristle and his staff pulse with an answering resonance. These markings speak of the First Age, perhaps even earlier. As he ventured deeper into the mountain's heart, the passages began to change. The worked stone of the dwarves gave way to natural formations that seemed to have been shaped by something far more primeval than mere tools. The very rock appeared to have been melted and reformed by breath hot enough to reshape the earth itself. It was here, in a chamber vast enough to house a dozen Smaug-sized dragons, that Gandalf found the ancient scriptures. They were burned into the wall with such precision that they could only have been made by dragon fire, yet they possessed a delicacy that defied mortal craft. The runes were written in Tengwar, but in a dialect so ancient, it took even the wizard several long moments to begin deciphering their meaning. "By the Valar," he breathed, as the translation became clear. Not a treasury or a tomb, but a sanctuary. The writings spoke of Encaligon the Black's time, when dragons were not merely beasts of destruction, but beings of profound wisdom and power. They told of one who had been greatest among the Mournhedder, the Night Lord, who had seen the corruption of his kind by Morgoth and chosen a different path. Rather than submit to the Dark Lord's influence, Mournhedder had wrapped himself in a cocoon of ancient magic and retreated into the heart of the mountain, entering a sleep so deep it would preserve him until a time when his knowledge would be needed most. As Gandalf read further, his concern deepened. The scriptures spoke of a coming darkness, not the familiar shadow of Sauron, but something far older and more terrible, a force that had slumbered since the breaking of the world, slowly gathering strength in the void between the stars. Only the combined wisdom of the eldest dragons, preserved within Mournhedder's sleeping mind, held the key to preventing this catastrophe. But awakening such a being carried its own terrible risks. Even a benevolent dragon of the elder days possessed power enough to reshape mountains and boil seas. If Mournhedder's long sleep had corrupted him, or if the scriptures themselves were some elaborate trap, rousing him could unleash devastation upon Middle-earth. Yet, as Gandalf stood in contemplation, his staff illuminating the ancient warnings, he felt the mountain itself tremor. Far above, beyond the lonely peak, a star flared with unusual brightness, the sign foretold in the scriptures. The time of choice was upon him. With careful steps, the wizard approached the center of the chamber, where the floor descended into a perfect spiral. At its heart lay a pool of utter darkness, so deep it seemed to swallow his staff's light. As he neared its edge, Gandalf could feel the slow, steady rhythm of an enormous heartbeat pulsing through the stone beneath his feet. Drawing himself to his full height, Gandalf began to speak words in a language that had not been heard since the world was young. The darkness in the pool began to stir, and with it, the heartbeat grew stronger. The very air seemed to thicken with power, and the wizard's staff blazed brighter in response. But rather than attempting to fully wake the ancient dragon, Gandalf wove his spell with subtle precision. He sought to create a bridge between sleeping and waking, a way to commune with Mournhedder's dreaming mind without risking a full awakening. The darkness in the pool began to take shape, coalescing into a massive draconic head formed of shadow and starlight. Eyes older than the sun itself opened, fixing upon the wizard with an intelligence that seemed to peer straight into his soul. "Long has it been," spoke a voice like rolling thunder, "since any have walked these halls with purpose. Grey Pilgrim." Gandalf stood his ground, though the force of the dragon's presence pressed upon him like a physical weight. "Great Mournhedder, I come seeking the wisdom preserved in your sleeping mind. The signs you foresaw have begun to appear." The shadow dragon's eyes narrowed. "Yes, the void stirs. That which was sundered seeks to become whole once more. But knowledge carries its own price, Mithrandir. Are you prepared to bear the burden of what I might share?" "I must," Gandalf replied simply. "Too much depends upon it." A sound like distant avalanches filled the chamber, Mournhedder's laughter. "Wisdom indeed, to acknowledge necessity without false bravado." "Very well, I will share what I know, but be warned some truths are as dangerous as dragon fire to those who bear them." And so began a dialogue between wizard and dragon that would last many days, as Mournhedder shared visions of both past and future. He spoke of the void between the stars and the horrors that dwelt there, of ancient wards woven by the first dragons that even now helped shield Middle-earth from what lurked beyond. With each passing day, Gandalf's understanding grew, along with his concern. The threat was graver than he had imagined, but so too were the possibilities for salvation. When at last he emerged from the mountain, his beard was noticeably whiter, and his eyes held both new wisdom and new worry. He had gained the knowledge needed to combat the coming darkness, but using it would require choices that would test not only his power, but his very understanding of what it meant to protect Middle-earth. Behind him, Deep in the mountain's heart, Morinhutter returned to his ancient slumber, waiting for the day when he might need to wake fully. A day Gandalf hoped would never come. As the wizard began his long journey to Rivendell, where he would need to consult with Elrond about what he had learned, the weight of his new knowledge pressed upon him like a physical burden. Yet he also felt a flutter of hope, for in Morinhutter's wisdom, he had found not just warnings of doom, but also the seeds of possibility, a chance that, with courage and care, Middle-earth might face and overcome even this eldest of threats. The mountain's silhouette faded behind him as he walked, but the dragon's final words echoed in his mind. Remember, Grey One, the greatest power lies not in knowing when to wake, but in knowing when to sleep, when to wait, and when to act. Choose wisely. Story 3. The message arrived on the wings of a thrush as Gandalf rested beneath the eaves of Fangorn Forest. Radagast's hurried scrawl spoke of a creeping darkness in Mirkwood, one that turned ancient trees into doorways to realms of shadow. The brown wizard's usual earthy script trembled with an urgency that made Gandalf's beard bristle with concern. Without delay, the gray wizard set out for the great forest. As he approached Mirkwood's borders, the air grew thick with an unfamiliar malice. The usual sounds of forest life had been replaced by an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional whisper of leaves that seemed to speak in tongues long forgotten. The first corrupted tree stood like a sentinel of doom near the forest's edge. Its bark had turned the color of old bones, shot through with veins of midnight blue that pulsed with an inner light. But it was the hollow at its center that drew Gandalf's attention, a perfect arch of darkness that seemed to swallow all light that touched it. Saruman's work, Gandalf muttered, recognizing the subtle signature of his former friend's magic. The discovery sent a chill through him that had nothing to do with the forest shadows. These experiments must have been conducted long before Saruman's betrayal came to light, seeds of corruption planted years ago that were only now bearing their dark fruit. Drawing closer to the tree portal, Gandalf could feel the pull of the other realm beyond a twisted mirror of their own world. His staff glowed brighter in response, its light revealing intricate runes carved into the tree's bark. They spoke of doors between worlds, of shadows given form, and of a power that could turn the very heart of nature against itself. Radagast emerged from the gloom, his usual disheveled appearance made worse by obvious distress. "They're spreading, Gandalf," he said without preamble. "Each night, more trees turn. And the creatures that come through," he shuddered, unable to finish the thought. Gandalf placed a comforting hand on his fellow wizard's shoulder. "Show me everything you've learned, old friend." Together, they ventured deeper into the forest. Each corrupted tree they encountered bore the same dark doorway, each portal leading to a different shadow realm. Through one, Gandalf glimpsed a version of Mirkwood where the trees had turned to crystal and sang with voices of broken glass. Through another, he saw the forest as it might have been if Morgoth had won the War of Wrath, a realm of eternal darkness, where the trees fed on shadow itself. But it was the third portal that stopped him cold. Through it, he saw himself, or rather, a version of himself that had accepted Saruman's offer to join him in his betrayal. This shadow Gandalf turned to meet his gaze, eyes burning with a terrible power, and smiled. "We must seal them all," Gandalf declared, turning away from his dark reflection. "But first, we must understand exactly what Saruman was attempting to achieve in a small clearing untouched by the corruption. Gandalf and Radagast established a camp. Through long nights of study and discussion, they pieced together the puzzle of Saruman's experiment. The White Wizard had been searching for a way to access the primordial power that existed between worlds, believing he could harness it to rival the power of the Valar themselves. Each portal was anchored by one of Saruman's experimental enchantments, but they had taken on a life of their own, feeding on the natural magic of the forest to grow stronger. The corrupted trees were not just doorways, they were slowly becoming a network, connecting all the shadow realms and threatening to merge them with the waking world. The solution, when it came to Gandalf, was both simple and terribly dangerous. Each portal would need to be entered, its anchor point found in the Shadow Realm, and the enchantment unwoven from both sides simultaneously. But to enter the Shadow Realms was to risk becoming lost in them forever, or worse, to encounter versions of oneself that had embraced darkness. "I must go alone," Gandalf insisted when Radagast offered to help. "Your connection to the living forest is too valuable. You must remain here to prevent further trees from turning while I work." Over the next several days, Gandalf entered each portal in turn. In the Crystal Forest, he faced memories of ancient battles given sharp, cutting form. In the realm of eternal night, he confronted shadows that whispered with the voices of old friends lost to darkness. But it was in the realm of his own dark reflection that he faced his greatest challenge. The shadow Gandalf waited for him in a twisted version of Orthanc, surrounded by artifacts of terrible power. "You know you made the wrong choice," the dark wizard said, his voice a perfect mirror of Gandalf's own. "How many could we have saved if we had embraced the power Saruman offered? How much suffering could we have prevented?" "At the cost of our soul," Gandalf replied, raising his staff. "At the cost of everything we were sent to Middle-earth to protect." The battle that followed was unlike any Gandalf had fought before, a contest not just of power, but of conviction. Every spell his dark reflection cast was one he himself knew, every strategy one he might have chosen. But in the end, it was not power that won the day, but wisdom. Understanding that the shadow Gandalf was born of Saruman's magic, rather than true choice, Gandalf was able to find the anchor point of the portal and begin unweaving its enchantment. One by one, the portals were sealed, the corrupted trees returning to their natural state. But the experience left its mark on Gandalf. His hair was notably whiter, and in his eyes was the haunted look of one who had gazed too long into the shadows of what might have been. As he and Radagast stood at the edge of Mirkwood, watching the last traces of corruption fade from the forest, Gandalf spoke softly. "Saruman's greatest error was not in seeking power, but in forgetting why we were sent here. Our task was never to rule or dominate, but to guide and protect. And what of the shadows we glimpsed?" Radagast asked. "The other worlds, the other possibilities?" Gandalf leaned heavily on his staff, his expression thoughtful. "They remain where they belong as warnings, perhaps, or reminders of the paths we chose not to take. The true strength of Middle-earth lies not in the power to bridge worlds, but in the wisdom to know when to let them remain separate." As they parted ways, the forest began to fill again with the sounds of natural life. But Gandalf carried with him the memory of those shadow realms, and the knowledge that the line between light and darkness was often thinner than anyone suspected. It would serve as both warning and wisdom in the darker days to come. Story 4. The War of the Ring had ended, but Gandalf the White lingered still in Middle-earth, his heart sensing one final task before his journey to the Undying Lands. The call came in dreams, visions of the blue mountains wreathed in strange lights, and deep beneath them, a song that was neither dwarf craft nor elven make, but something far more ancient. Snow dusted his white robes as he ascended the winding paths of Erdluin, his staff leaving crystalline prints in the freshly fallen powder. The mountains here were old, older than the kingdoms of men, older even than the first awakening of the elves. In their depths lay memories of the world's shaping, when Morgoth's discord first marred Arda's perfect music. Near a hidden valley, Gandalf encountered a group of dwarven miners, their faces etched with equal parts wonder and concern. Their leader, a silver-bearded dwarf named Moria, approached the wizard with reverence. "We found something, Master Gandalf," he said, his voice rough with awe. "In the deepest shaft where the ancient rock speaks in whispers. A metal that sings to those who touch it, that gleams with colors no dwarf has ever seen before." The wizard followed the dwarves to their mine entrance, his interest growing with each step. The tunnel they entered was unlike any he had seen in his long years, The walls seemed to pulse with a subtle luminescence, and the air itself hummed with a melody just below the threshold of hearing. In the depths of the mountain, they came to a chamber that took even Gandalf's breath away. Veins of an unknown metal threaded through the walls like frozen lightning, each strand shimmering with colors that seemed to shift between silver, blue, and a hue that had no name in any mortal tongue. "We've named it Morgothbane," Moria explained, "for when we first uncovered it, our oldest lore master wept and said he could hear the world's pain lessening wherever the metal touched the rock." Gandalf approached one of the larger veins, his hand hovering just above its surface. The resonance he felt confirmed his growing suspicion. This was no ordinary metal, but something far more significant. In its song, he heard echoes of the music of the Aener, the great theme from which Arda was born. "This is a gift," he murmured, "and a responsibility." His mind raced with the implications. The metal's properties suggested it might be a physical manifestation of the original harmony of Arda, preserved in the earth since the world's beginning. If properly understood and used, it could potentially heal wounds left in the very fabric of Middle-earth by Morgoth's ancient corruption. Over the next several weeks, Gandalf worked closely with the dwarves, studying the metal's properties. They discovered that it responded to both music and intention, its power growing stronger when worked by hands guided by wisdom and compassion rather than greed or ambition. But as news of the discovery spread, others began to take interest. Remnants of Sauron's forces, led by a powerful Easterling sorcerer, sought to claim the metal for themselves. They believed it could be corrupted and used to finish what Morgoth had started: the complete domination of Middle-earth. The battle for the mine was fought not with swords and axes, but with songs and spells. The Easterling sorcerer wielded dark magic that turned the very shadows of the mountain against them, but Gandalf and the dwarves responded with harmonies taught to them by the metal itself, songs of creation and renewal that caused the corruption to fade wherever they touched. In the final confrontation, deep in the heart of the mountain, Gandalf realized the true purpose of his discovery. Standing before the largest vein of Morgothbane, his staff raised high, he began to sing. It was not a song of power or dominion, but one of healing and restoration, the same theme that had been woven into Arda at its creation. The metal responded, its light growing until it filled the entire chamber. Through his connection to it, Gandalf could feel the deep wounds in the fabric of Middle-earth, places where Morgoth's discord had torn the very music of creation. With careful precision, he began to guide the metal's power, using it to mend these ancient hurts. The process took days, during which Gandalf stood unwavering, his voice never faltering as he wove the metal's song with his own power. The dwarves maintained a protective circle around him, their own songs joining his in harmony, while above ground, witnesses reported seeing auroras dancing above the blue mountains in colors never before seen in Middle-earth. When it was done, Gandalf looked older yet somehow lighter, as if a burden he had carried for ages had finally been set down. The metal had changed; too much of it had dissolved into pure light that spread through the earth like roots seeking water, while what remained had transformed into simple mithril, beautiful, but no longer bearing its original power. It was never meant to be kept or hoarded, Gandalf explained to the dwarves. Like the power of the rings, its time has passed. But unlike them, its passing brings healing rather than loss. In the years that followed, those who paid attention noticed subtle changes in Middle-earth. Blighted lands slowly returned to health, ancient curses lost their power, and in places where evil had once seemed ineradicable, hope began to grow again like flowers after winter. As Gandalf finally prepared to depart for the undying lands, he stood one last time atop the blue mountains, looking out over the lands he had served for so long. The wind that tugged at his robes carried the faintest echo of that original harmony, and he smiled, knowing that while magic might be leaving Middle-earth, healing would continue in its own quiet way. The greatest power, he mused to himself, lies not in what we keep, but in what we willingly release. With that final wisdom gained, he turned west, ready at last to answer the call of home. Story 5. The last golden leaves of autumn were falling in Rivendell when the elven messengers found Gandalf. They carried with them a scroll so ancient its edges crumbled at the slightest touch, its surface marked with writings in Celebrimber's own hand. The discovery had been made in a hidden chamber beneath the ruins of Eregion, sealed away since the Second Age. As Gandalf carefully unrolled the weathered parchment, his eyes widened at what he found. The document spoke of a final ring of power, one that even Sauron had never known about, forged by Celebrimber in secret during his last days, before the forces of Mordor overwhelmed him. A ring to heal what the others would break, Gandalf read aloud, his voice barely above a whisper. Not to dominate or control, but to restore and make whole again. The elves who brought the scroll, led by a silver-haired warrior named Calanar, watched the wizard intently. "There's more," Calanar said softly. "Signs have been appearing across the land, patterns in the stars that match those described in the scroll. Ancient wards awakening after ages of silence. The time spoken of in the prophecy may be upon us." Gandalf's mind raced with the implications. The One Ring had been destroyed, its power unmade, but the damage wrought by Sauron's rings of power remained wounds in the very fabric of Middle-earth that had never fully healed. A ring of healing could be the answer to those ancient hurts, or it could create new ones even more terrible than the first. The search began in the ruins of Eregion, where Celebrimber's forge had once stood. There, beneath layers of broken stone and faded memory, they found the first clue, a series of markings that could only be seen by starlight, showing a path east toward the misty mountains. As they followed the trail, Gandalf noticed they were not alone in their quest. Shadow-wraiths, not unlike the Nazgul, but somehow older and more terrible, began to appear at the edges of their perception. These were not servants of Sauron, but something that had awakened in response to the ring's stirring guardians perhaps, or hunters, their true nature lost to time. Their path led them through ancient dwarf holds and forgotten elven sanctuaries, each location holding another piece of the puzzle. In the depths of Moria, they found runes that spoke of the ring's purpose, not just to heal the land, but to reset the very balance of power in Middle-earth, undoing all enchantments, both good and evil. Such power could not be controlled, Gandalf warned his companions as they rested in a hidden valley. Even with the noblest intentions, it would remake the world in ways we cannot predict, but the decision was taken from their hands when they reached their final destination, a chamber deep within the Grey Mountains that pulsed with its own inner light. There, suspended in a column of pure energy, hung a ring unlike any Gandalf had ever seen. Its metal seemed to shift between gold and silver, and in its depths swirled colors that had no names in any mortal tongue. As they approached, the shadow-wraiths finally revealed themselves fully. They were the spirits of ancient smiths who had worked with Celebrimber, bound to protect his final creation, until the proper time came for its use or its destruction. "The choice lies before you, Mithrandir," their leader spoke, its voice like wind through ancient tombs. "The ring can undo all that was done by Sauron's works, restore what was broken. But such healing comes with a price. All magic in Middle-earth would be undone the power of the elven rings, the enchantments that protect the last havens of the firstborn, even your own power as one of the Istari." Gandalf stood in contemplation before the hovering ring, his staff glowing softly in the chamber's ethereal light. The weight of the choice pressed upon him like a physical burden. To heal all the hurts of Sauron's dominion would be a noble act, but to strip Middle-earth of all its remaining magic, to end the Age of Wonder entirely. "Sometimes," he said at last, "the greatest wisdom lies not in healing all wounds, but in learning to live with those scars that make us who we are. Middle-earth was marred long ago, first by Morgoth, and then by his servant Sauron. But from that marring has come much that is beautiful and worthy the courage of men, the craft of dwarves, the wisdom born of resistance to evil, with resolution in his heart. Gandalf raised his staff. The shadow-wraiths made no move to stop him, as he began to speak words in a language older than the rings themselves. The chamber's light pulsed in response, and the ring began to dissolve, its power dispersing not in a great wave of transformation, but in countless tiny motes of light that drifted out into the world like seeds on the wind. Not to unmake, Gandalf explained to his companions, but to gently mend, not all at once, but slowly, naturally, as all true healing must come in the years that followed. Those who knew where to look would notice small changes across Middle-earth places where the shadow of Mordor had lain heaviest slowly returning to life. Wounds in the land gradually knitting themselves closed, the weight of ancient griefs becoming a little lighter to bear. And if anyone asked Gandalf about these changes, in the days before he finally sailed west, he would smile and say only that some rings are more powerful in their unmaking than they ever could have been if used as intended. As he stood at the Grey Havens, preparing for his final departure, Gandalf looked out over the lands he had served for so long. The light of the setting sun caught on distant mountains and forests, and in its glow, he could see the tiny motes of healing light still at work, slowly but surely helping Middle-earth to become whole again in its own way, in its own time. The greatest power, he mused, is not in controlling what will be, but in trusting what is to find its own path to healing with that wisdom in his heart. He boarded the ship that would carry him to the undying lands, knowing that while the age of rings had truly ended, the age of healing was just beginning. Story 6. The disturbance began as a whisper in the magical currents that flowed through the misty mountains. Gandalf first sensed it while investigating reports of strange lights and unexplained disappearances near the ancient peak of Caradhras. The air itself seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly resonance, like the surface of a pond disturbed by unseen ripples. Following these ethereal currents led him to a narrow valley where reality itself appeared to bend and fold. There, suspended between two weathered cliffs, hung a tear in the fabric of Middle-earth, a fissure that revealed glimpses of other worlds beyond their own. Through this dimensional breach, Gandalf caught fleeting visions of lands that defied comprehension, realms where the sky burned with green fire, where cities floated among the clouds, where beings of pure light danced through crystal forests. So, he murmured, his aged fingers tracing patterns in the air around the breach, the walls between worlds grow thin. The Valar were not the first to shape reality, nor are they the last to guard its boundaries. The breach was expanding, slowly but steadily. As Gandalf studied it, he discovered similar tears appearing across Middle-earth, in the depths of Fangorn Forest, beneath the ruins of Weathertop, within the ancient chambers of Moria. Each one leaked energies from other dimensions, causing strange phenomena in their vicinity, trees that grew backwards in time, stones that whispered forgotten languages, animals that shifted between different forms. But it was in the libraries of Rivendell that Gandalf found the first true warning of what these breaches portended. Hidden in the oldest scrolls, written in a script that predated the elves themselves, he discovered accounts of entities known as the Void Shepherds, beings that existed before the Valar, who had created and destroyed countless realities in their eternal dance of creation. These entities do not seek to rule or destroy, Elrond explained, his immortal eyes troubled as he translated the ancient texts. They simply are. To them, all realities are but fragments in a greater pattern. But their mere presence in our world would unmake everything we know. The task before them was clear, but daunting. The breaches had to be sealed before the Void Shepherds could fully manifest in Middle-earth. But conventional magic proved useless against the tears in reality. Each attempt to close a breach only caused it to shift and reform, like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. Gandalf's quest for a solution led him to unexpected allies. From the depths of the old forest came Tom Bombadil, whose songs could temporarily calm the wild energies leaking through the breaches. From the far eastern lands came the Blue Wizards, LOTR and Palando, bearing knowledge of magics unknown in the West. And most surprisingly, from the depths of time itself emerged Ungoliant's last offspring, a spider queen who understood the weaving of reality's web. Together, they began to understand the true nature of their world and its place in the greater tapestry of existence. The Void Shepherds had not created just one reality, but an infinite web of interconnected dimensions. Middle-earth was but one thread in this cosmic weave, and the breaches were points where different threads had begun to fray and tangle. We cannot simply seal the breaches, Gandalf realized, standing before the largest tear, which now pulsed with images of alternate Middle-earth's worlds where Morgoth had triumphed, where the rings of power were never forged, where dragons still ruled the skies. We must understand why they formed in the first place. The answer came from an unexpected source. Through one of the breaches stepped a version of Gandalf himself, older, darker, bearing scars from battles never fought in this reality. This other Gandalf brought with him a warning. The Void Shepherds were not causing the breaches, they were responding to them. The very magic that sustained Middle-earth was becoming unstable, weakened by countless battles between good and evil, by the diminishing of the elves, by the fading of the ancient powers. The solution required sacrifice and understanding beyond anything Gandalf had attempted before. At the heart of Mount Gundabad, where the dwarves first awoke in Middle-earth, all the allies gathered for a ritual that would either save their world or tear it apart completely. Tom Bombadil's songs provided the foundation, weaving together the fraying threads of reality. The blue wizards channeled powers from the east, stabilizing the magical currents that flowed through Middle-earth. The Spider Queen spun new webs of reality where the old ones had torn. And at the center of it all stood the two Gandalfs, their combined wisdom and power focused on reinforcing the very foundations of their world. The ritual transformed the breaches rather than simply closing them. They became windows rather than tears, allowing Middle-earth to draw strength from other realities without being overwhelmed by them. The Void Shepherds' presence receded, their attention turning to other patterns in the infinite tapestry of existence. But the experience changed Gandalf forever. Having glimpsed the true scope of reality, he could no longer see Middle-earth as an isolated realm. In quiet moments, he could sense the echoes of other worlds, feel the pulse of possibilities that lay just beyond the veil of normal perception. He established the Wardens of the Veil, a secret order dedicated to maintaining the harmony between realities. Members were chosen from all races: elves who could sing to the threads of reality, dwarves who could forge anchors for unstable magical currents, humans whose fresh perspectives could spot new patterns in the cosmic weave, and hobbits whose grounded nature helped keep the more esoteric magics in check. Years later, travelers in certain remote places might stumble upon strange windows in the air, showing brief glimpses of other worlds. But these were no longer tears or breaches, they were carefully maintained apertures, allowing Middle-earth to breathe in harmony with the greater reality that contained it. And sometimes on nights when the stars aligned in particular patterns, those with keen eyes might spot Gandalf standing before these windows, his staff glowing with otherworldly light as he maintained the delicate balance between what was, what is, and what could be. Story 7. A raven's urgent message arrived at dawn, its black feathers gleaming with Radagast's emerald magic. Gandalf unrolled the tiny scroll with careful fingers, his eyes widening as he read the hurried script. Come quickly. Found something in the depths. The dragons, we were wrong about everything. The message led him deep into Mirkwood's heart, where ancient trees grew so close together, their branches formed cathedral-like vaults overhead. Here, hidden beneath roots as thick as castle walls, Radagast had discovered an entrance to what appeared to be a library older than the elven kingdoms themselves. Look, Radagast whispered as they descended worn stone steps, his normally scattered demeanor replaced by an unusual focus. The markings on these walls, they're not just decorative. They're a language I've never seen before, but somehow, I can almost understand it. The chamber they entered took Gandalf's breath away. Vast shelves carved directly into living rock stretched into darkness, filled not with books, but with crystalline spheres that emitted a soft, pulsing light. Each sphere contained what appeared to be moving images, like memories captured in glass. "These are dragon memories," Radagast explained, lifting one of the spheres. Within it, a magnificent golden dragon soared through skies unmarred by darkness, its scales catching the light of two great lamps that hung in the heavens. From before Morgoth's corruption, before the First Age, before everything we thought we knew as they studied the spheres, a story emerged that shook the foundations of their understanding. The first dragons had not been creatures of destruction, but guardians of the natural order. They were born from the same song that created Arda, tasked with maintaining harmony between the physical world and the flow of magic that sustained it. The dragons were the balance keepers, Gandalf murmured, watching scenes play out in sphere after sphere. They used their fire not to destroy, but to purify. Their wings carried them between the realms of spirit and matter. Their wisdom helped shape the very laws of nature, but one sphere showed the moment everything changed. Morgoth, in his original splendor as Melkor, approaching the dragon councils with promises of even greater power. Some refused, but others listened. The corruption began slowly, a darkening of scales here, a hardening of hearts there. By the time the dragons realized Morgoth's true intent, it was too late. Yet the library held one final secret. Hidden behind a wall that opened only to the combined power of two Astari, they found an ancient prophecy written in dragon fire on walls of unbreakable crystal. When the world grows dim and magic fades, when the balance tips toward final darkness, the first tongue may be spoken again. The choice will come: to maintain what is, or risk all to restore what was. The first tongue, the original language of the dragons, Radagast breathed. That's what these markings are. That's why I could almost understand them. We still carry echoes of it in our own magic. Gandalf spent months in the library, learning the intricate syllables of the first tongue, while Radagast traveled the lands, sensing the growing instability in nature that the ancient dragons had once helped regulate. The world was changing, magic slowly draining away as the prophecy had foretold. But learning the language was only the beginning. Each word carried not just meaning, but power that could reshape reality itself. One wrong inflection could shatter mountains. One misplaced breath could call down storms. Gandalf progressed carefully, understanding that this knowledge was both salvation and danger. As his mastery grew, so did his awareness of the choice looming before him. The current age was built on a precarious balance, with the remaining magic carefully regulated through the rings of power and the ancient establishments of elves and wizards. Attempting to restore the original harmony could unravel everything, yet doing nothing meant watching the slow decline of all magic from the world. The decision was forced upon him sooner than expected. A great tremor shook Middle-earth, originating from the depths where Morgoth had first corrupted the dragons. The ancient barriers between magical forces were cracking, causing chaos in nature, rivers flowing upstream, forests aging centuries in days, creatures born of unstable magic stalking the lands. In a hidden valley where the veil between physical and spiritual realms was thinnest, Gandalf prepared for the greatest challenge of his long existence. Around him gathered an unlikely council: Radagast, several uncorrupted dragons who had slept in secret places since the First Age, elven lore masters, and even a few of the great eagles who remembered the world's first dawn. "What I attempt may change everything," Gandalf warned them. The restoration of the original balance could mean the end of the age of men, the return of powers long forgotten, or it could heal wounds in the world we never knew existed. Using the first tongue, Gandalf began to sing. It was not like the songs of elves or men. It was the language of creation itself, of fire and wind, earth and water, spirit, and matter. The sleeping dragons awakened fully, adding their voices to his. The very air seemed to shimmer with potential. Reality trembled. For a moment, everyone present saw the world as it had been at the beginning, pristine, perfect, magic and nature so intertwined, they were indistinguishable. They saw what Morgoth had destroyed, what could be again. But Gandalf, in his wisdom, did not choose complete restoration. Instead, he forged a new path, using the first tongue to create a bridge between what was and what is. The pure magic of the beginning flowed into the present, not overwhelming the current order, but enriching it, healing it. The dragons who had aided him became guardians once more, but of a different sort. No longer separate from the other races, they became teachers, helping all peoples understand their role in maintaining the world's harmony. Their fire now burned away only corruption. Their wisdom served to guide rather than rule. Gandalf himself was transformed by the experience. His beard and hair took on an opalescent quality, shimmering with all the colors of magic. When he spoke, even in common tongue, his words carried echoes of the first tongue's power. But more importantly, he had found a way to honor both the world's beginning and what it had become. Years later, travelers would sometimes catch glimpses of dragons soaring peacefully above the clouds, their scales reflecting colors no one could quite describe. In certain valleys, magic ran stronger and purer than before, but in a way that strengthened rather than overwhelmed the natural order. And occasionally, on very quiet nights, those with keen ears might hear Gandalf teaching small groups of all races the simpler words of the first tongue, preparing them to help maintain the restored harmony between magic and nature that he had helped achieve. Story 8. The Blue Mountains loomed against the dawn sky like ancient sentinels, their peaks shrouded in mist and mystery. Gandalf the White had journeyed here following rumors of strange lights in the abandoned dwarf holds, but what he found exceeded even his darkest expectations. In a chamber deep beneath the mountain's heart, he discovered Chronolix, a dragon unlike any he had encountered in all his centuries in Middle-earth. The creature's scales shifted like liquid moonlight, and its eyes held not the usual fire of its kind, but the infinite depth of time itself. "I have waited long for your coming," Mithrandir, Chronolix spoke, its voice resonating with the weight of ages. The seeds Morgoth planted through time begin to sprout, and the walls between what was and what might be grow thin. The dragon revealed a terrible truth. Before his final defeat, Morgoth had scattered seeds of darkness throughout different points in time, each one carefully placed to ensure that even if he fell, his corruption would continue to spread. These seeds, dormant for ages, were now awakening, threatening to unravel the very fabric of Middle-earth's history. Only you, Gandalf the White, possess both the wisdom of the Astari and the trust of all free peoples, Chronolix explained, unfurling ancient wings that seemed to capture starlight. You must travel through the time gates and prevent these seeds from taking root. The dragon taught Gandalf how to recognize and use the ancient time gates, portals hidden in places where the veil between ages was thinnest. But there was a catch: each journey would create an alternate version of himself, a shadow Gandalf born from choices unmade and paths not taken. These dark reflections would work to preserve Morgoth's seeds, understanding that their own existence depended on the corruption taking hold. Gandalf's first journey took him to the Second Age, where he found a seed of darkness planted in the heart of Inmenor. There, he encountered his first shadow self, a version of himself who had chosen to accept the ring when Frodo offered it. This dark Gandalf had become a being of terrible power, his white robe stained with the corruption he had once fought against. In the streets of ancient Inmenor, the two wizards clashed in a battle that shook the very foundations of the island kingdom. Lightning born of pure time energy crackled between their staffs as they dueled among the white towers, each seeking to shape the future according to their vision. In the end, it was not power but wisdom that prevailed. Gandalf used his opponent's pride against him, tricking him into destroying the very seed he sought to protect. The second seed lay in the First Age, in the hidden city of Gondolin before its fall. Here, Gandalf met another dark version of himself, one who had chosen to ally with Saruman in his betrayal. This shadow Gandalf had mastered forbidden arts, raising the dead to serve his will. Their battle raged through the magnificent streets of the doomed city, even as dragons and balrogs gathered for the assault that would eventually destroy it. With each journey, the stakes grew higher and the shadow Gandalfs more formidable. In the depths of Moria, long before the Balrog's awakening, he faced a version of himself that had never left Valinor, whose unfettered power came at the cost of never understanding the strength found in mortal hearts. Among the grasslands of the Riddermark, he confronted a Gandalf who had chosen to dominate the minds of others rather than guide them to wisdom. But it was the final seed, planted at the very moment of Morgoth's defeat in the War of Wrath, that proved the most challenging. Here, Gandalf faced his darkest reflection, a version of himself that had never learned to love the free peoples of Middle-earth, who saw them only as pieces to be moved in a cosmic game. This shadow Gandalf had rationalized that allowing Morgoth's influence to continue would eventually unite all peoples under a single banner, achieving peace through universal subjugation. Their final confrontation took place in a moment frozen between moments, as the host of the Valar clashed with Morgoth's forces in the skies above Thangorodrim. Around them, dragons hung motionless in mid-flight, their flames suspended like golden rivers in the air. The two Gandalfs fought not just with magic, but with words and wisdom, each trying to prove their vision for Middle-earth was the true path. Look at them, the shadow Gandalf gestured to the frozen battle. Endless cycles of war and suffering. With Morgoth's power controlled and directed, we could end it all, and in doing so, end everything that makes their struggles meaningful. Gandalf replied, his staff blazing with the light of understanding rather than combat. It is not our role to control their destiny, but to help them find the strength to shape it themselves. The shadow Gandalf hesitated, and in that moment of doubt, Gandalf showed him visions of all the small moments of courage and kindness he had witnessed through the ages, hobbits offering comfort with simple meals, men dying to protect not kings but their families, elves teaching crafts to human children, dwarves sharing their beloved caves with refugees of other races. The shadow Gandalf saw what his counterpart had learned, that true power lay not in control, but in nurturing the capacity for good in others. As the last shadow Gandalf faded away, accepting the wisdom of his choice, Chronolix appeared one final time. The time dragon revealed that the shadow Gandalfs had not been merely alternates, but aspects of Gandalf's own potential for darkness, manifestations of choices he might have made. By confronting and redeeming them, he had not just stopped Morgoth's seeds from taking root, he had strengthened his own resolve to always choose wisdom over power. Returning to his own time, Gandalf found that while the seeds of darkness had been prevented from growing, their echoes remained as warnings in the deep places of the world. He established the Order of Chronolix, a secret fellowship of all races dedicated to watching for signs of temporal corruption, ensuring that the hard-won wisdom of his journey would never be forgotten. And sometimes, on nights when the stars shone with particular brightness, those with keen eyes might spot a shimmer of moonlight scales above the blue mountains, as Chronolix continued its eternal vigil over the streams of time, guardian of the precious balance that Gandalf had fought through ages to preserve. Story 9. The first star fell on a moonless night, streaking across the velvet sky over Luminaven like a tear in the fabric of time itself. It landed in the heart of the elven city with the gentleness of a falling leaf, its crystalline surface pulsing with an inner light that seemed to whisper secrets from another age. When the palace guards touched it, they recoiled in horror, their minds filled with visions of a future that must not come to pass. Gandalf arrived 3 days later, his white robes billowing in the autumn wind as he crossed the great silver bridges of Luminaven. The elven city had changed since his last visit centuries ago. Where once the immortal race had lived in harmony with the ancient trees, now they dwelled in uncertainty and fear. 7 more stars had fallen since the first, each bringing with it fragments of a future that threatened to unravel the very foundations of Middle-earth. "The stars speak of shadow and flame," said Queen Celestial, her ageless face lined with concern as she led Gandalf through the star garden, where the fallen lights had been gathered. Each star pulsed with its own rhythm, like 8 separate hearts beating out of sync. But not the shadow and flame of past ages. These are different, new, yet ancient. Gandalf moved among the fallen stars, his staff hovering over each one. They responded to his presence, their light intensifying as if recognizing a kindred spirit of the Veiler. "These are not stars at all," he said finally, his voice heavy with revelation. "They are fragments of the great song, the music that shaped our world at its beginning. Something has wounded time itself." It was then that he met Eowyn Starduck, a young half-elven seer whose silver eyes held wisdom beyond her years. She alone could touch the fallen stars without being overwhelmed by their visions. "The futures they show are like ripples in a pond," she explained, running her fingers over a star's smooth surface. "Each one different yet connected. And in each one, the world ends in a different way." Accompanying her was Aldred Stormborn, a warrior from the kingdoms of men whose bloodline traced back to the Enmenreens. He possessed a unique gift. He could not only touch the stars but absorb their energy, temporarily taking their visions into himself without losing his sanity. Together, they had been studying the fallen stars, trying to understand their purpose. Through their combined efforts, Gandalf's ancient wisdom, Eowyn's sight, and Aldred's absorption, they began to piece together the truth. The stars were not random. They were pieces of a vast enchantment cast by the Veiler at the beginning of time, a spell that maintained the proper flow of time itself. Now that spell was unraveling, and the consequences were beginning to manifest across Middle-earth. Reports came from all corners of the realm, forests aging centuries in minutes, children being born with memories of lives not yet lived, ancient battles replaying themselves in the sky like ghostly echoes. Time was becoming unstable, and the world was beginning to tear itself apart. "There is only one place that might hold the answers we seek," Gandalf declared after consulting the oldest texts in Luminaven's libraries. "The halls of time, hidden beneath the roots of the White Mountains." It was there that the Veiler first wove the spell that separated past from future, allowing time to flow as it should. Their journey to the White Mountains was perilous. Time distortions grew stronger the closer they got to their goal. They witnessed entire valleys caught in temporal loops, the same moment repeating endlessly. Ancient creatures long extinct walked the earth again, while future machines of unknown purpose materialized and vanished like morning mist. Aldred proved his worth many times over, absorbing the energy of time distortions that threatened to trap them. Eowyn's sight guided them through landscapes that shifted between past, present, and future with each step. Gandalf's power held their small company together, creating a bubble of stable time around them. Finally, they reached the hidden entrance to the halls of time. The door was marked with symbols that shifted and changed even as they watched, writing and rewriting the history of the world in endless variations. It opened to Gandalf's touch, recognizing in him the power of the Astari. Inside, they found a vast chamber that seemed to exist outside of time itself. Countless threads of light wove through the air, each one representing a different timeline. At the chamber's center stood a great loom, where the threads of time were meant to be woven together into a single coherent tapestry. But the loom was breaking down, its ancient magic failing. "The spell must be rewoven," Gandalf said, understanding dawning in his ancient eyes. "But it will take more than just my power. It will take all of us, each playing our part in the great song, What followed was a ceremony unlike any other in the history of Middle-earth. Gandalf channeled the power of the Veiler, providing the fundamental magic needed to reweave time. Eowyn used her sight to guide the weaving, ensuring each thread found its proper place. Eldred, drawing upon all the visions he had absorbed, provided the pattern that would maintain the proper flow of time. As they worked, the fallen stars began to rise from where they had landed across Middle-earth, drawn to the halls of time by the power of their spell. Each one found its place in the new weaving, their futures no longer fragments of doom, but threads in a tapestry of hope. The price was high. Eowyn's silver eyes turned gold, marking her as a permanent guardian of time's flow. Eldred's absorption ability became permanent, making him a living anchor for the stability of time itself. And Gandalf emerged with hair that now shimmered with all the colors of time, each strand containing memories of futures that would never be. As they emerged from the halls of time, they found a world restored. The time distortions had ceased, the proper flow of history resumed. But things were not exactly as they had been before. Those who had witnessed the fallen stars would always remember the futures that might have been, carrying those memories like precious gems in the depths of their minds. In Luminhaven, they built a new tower, its windows crafted from the remnants of the fallen stars. On clear nights, those who look through these windows can sometimes catch glimpses of other possibilities, other futures that might have been. And at its top, Gandalf would often stand, his time-touched hair flowing in the wind, watching over the delicate weave of past and future that he and his companions had helped to restore. For in saving time itself, they had not just preserved the past or protected the future, they had reminded all the peoples of Middle-earth that every moment, every choice, every action weaves together to create the grand tapestry of existence itself. Story 10. The ruins of Minas Morgul stood silent under a waning moon, its broken towers reaching toward the stars like skeletal fingers. Gandalf the White moved cautiously through the abandoned corridors, his staff casting a gentle light that seemed to push back against the lingering darkness. Even years after the fall of Sauron, this place held secrets in its stones, whispers of ancient magic that called to him with an urgency he couldn't ignore. It was in the deepest chamber, beneath the foundations of the ancient fortress, that he found them, runes carved into black marble, their edges still sharp despite the centuries. As he traced them with weathered fingers, the wizard's eyes widened with recognition. These were not the marks of Mordor, but something far older writings from the time of the lamps, before the first age of Middle-earth. "So, it is true," he whispered, his voice echoing in the chamber. There was another. The runes spoke of a sixth Astari, sent to Middle-earth long before Gandalf and his order. This wizard, named Morinhutter, the Twilight Weaver, had been tasked with a mission so crucial it required his imprisonment of voluntary entombment in the roots of the world to prevent an ancient evil from rising. But something had gone wrong. The crystalline shadows spreading through the forests of Middle-earth were the first sign. Gandalf had seen them on his journey here, trees transformed into dark crystal, their branches reaching toward the sky in frozen supplication. Wildlife fled from these shadowed groves, and even the hardiest of plants withered at their edges. Within a fortnight, Gandalf had gathered an unlikely company at the ruins of Weathertop. There stood Thorin Stonefist, an exiled dwarf prince whose clan had been driven from their halls by the crystalline shadows. Beside him, Ewith, a wild elf from the northern forests who had tracked the shadows' progression through the ancient woodlands. The last of their number was Branwen, a young human sage who had studied the oldest histories and claimed to know the location of Morinetter's prison. "The signs are clear," Gandalf addressed them under the starlight. "The seals that bind Morinhutter are weakening. But I fear it is not his release. We must prevent it as what he was imprisoned with." Branwen unrolled an ancient map, its edges crumbling. The texts speak of a place called the Vault of Twilight, deep beneath the gray mountains. It was sealed by powers older than the Valar themselves. My people have songs about this vault, Ewith added, her voice musical yet grave. They say it holds a power that existed before light and dark were separated. When twilight was all there was, their journey north was fraught with danger. The crystalline shadows spread faster now, transforming entire valleys into glittering, lifeless sculptures. They encountered other refugees fleeing the phenomenon, men, dwarves, and elves alike, all seeking safety in the high places of the world. In the foothills of the Grey Mountains, they faced their first true test. A group of crystal-corrupted wolves attacked their camp, their bodies partially transformed into living shadow crystal. The beasts moved with unnatural speed, their crystalline parts catching the moonlight in mesmerizing patterns. Thorin's axe shattered against one wolf's crystal hide, but Ewith's arrows found the flesh between the crystals. Gandalf's staff blazed with white fire, driving the creatures back. Yet it was Branwen who made the most disturbing discovery within each beast's crystalline parts. Ancient memories were trapped, visible like insects in amber. "This is how it begins," she said, studying the fallen creatures. "The crystal doesn't just transform, it preserves. It's trying to capture all of Middle-earth in a moment of eternal twilight." As they climbed higher into the mountains, the air grew thin and strange. Colors seemed to blur at the edges, and shadows moved in ways they shouldn't. Finally, they reached a vast door set into the mountainside, marked with runes that matched those Gandalf had found in Minas Morgul. "The Vault of Twilight," Gandalf breathed, placing his hand upon the stone. "Morinetter's prison and perhaps our salvation." The door opened to their combined efforts, Gandalf's magic, Thorin's strength, Ewith's ancient words, and Branwen's knowledge of the old locks. Within, they found a vast chamber that seemed to exist between moments, where twilight was a tangible thing that flowed like water. At its center, suspended in a crystal that was neither light nor dark, floated a figure in gray robes. Morinhutter had not aged in his imprisonment, his face peaceful despite the centuries of his vigil. Around him, pressing against the crystal's surface, writhed shadows that were alive and hungry. He didn't imprison himself to prevent his own corruption, Gandalf realized, reading the runes that covered the chamber's walls. He became the lock that held back the twilight itself, the force that existed before Eru Ilvatar separated light from darkness. It wants to return Middle-earth to that state of eternal twilight, but the lock was failing. As they watched, cracks spread across the crystal's surface. They had not come to prevent Morinetter's release, they had come to help him complete his task. What followed was a battle not of swords or sorcery, but of will and wisdom. While Thorin and Ewith defended them from manifestations of living shadow, Gandalf and Branwen worked to understand the ancient magic that had sealed the vault. The solution, when it came, was both simple and terrible. "The vault doesn't need a single lock," Gandalf said finally. "It needs a key turned from both sides," and so it was that Gandalf the White made his final sacrifice. As Morinhutter was released from his crystal prison, Gandalf took his place, but not alone. Between them, the two wizards wove a new kind of magic, turning the vault itself inside out. The crystalline shadows across Middle-earth began to recede, drawing back to this single point of twilight safely contained. Morinhutter, free at last, became the guardian without, while Gandalf became the guardian within. The twilight would remain trapped between them until the ending of the world. Years later, travelers in the Grey Mountains would sometimes catch a glimpse of a tall figure in gray robes, standing vigil before a door that no longer opened. And on certain evenings, when the light faded to that perfect moment between day and night, they said you could hear the quiet voice of Gandalf the White, singing songs of dawn and dusk, keeping the eternal twilight at bay through the power of memory and hope. In time, the story of the six Istari became legend, and young wizards would make pilgrimages to the vault, leaving offerings of light and shadow. For in the end, It was not the separation of light and darkness that saved Middle-earth, but the wisdom to know that both must exist in balance, kept in check by the eternal vigilance of those who understood the cost of twilight